In the past, there was no issue of transborder gas pipeline. But today, I can tell us that we now transport our gas to Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic. And just last month, there was a meeting of the West African head of states where an agreement was signed between the national oil companies for gas to be exported from Nigeria through the Atlantic to more than 12 countries within that region to Morocco. This is what we are doing. And of course, as this gas passes through all these countries that will serve as off-takers, they will take advantage of it to improve their power generation, fertilizer production, industrialization, clean cooking, and of course, develop their own countries. It is not within at that level. We are doing same with Algeria. We are doing same with Equatorial Guinea. So the time has passed for us to continue to talk about exporting our natural resources. Rather, we use it and develop our continent for the good of our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable, for the initiatives that are ongoing in Nigeria. And especially, I like the mantra, from gas to prosperity, and you include all the way other nations in the West Africa, all the way to the north. Next up, he will be speaking in French, so I'm going to ask you to get your translation gadgets. Kindly assist my panelists also. We are happy to have Honorable Dr. El Haj Abdurrahman Diouf, the Minister of Energy and Petroleum from Senegal. And the question I have for you, how do we think about developing cross-border, and I'm just taking it over from Nigeria, right? Cross-border pipelines to indeed drive gas trade and export internally and across the continent. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. It is a great honor for us to be here. And I would like to thank you for the invitation. I am switching in French, with your permission. C'est vraiment un grand honneur pour nous de venir ici en Tanzanie représenter le président du Sénégal, Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, son Excellence Madame Samia Hassan. Je voudrais vous transmettre les salutations fraternelles du président Bassirou Diomaye Faye, qui avait voulu être ici personnellement pour répondre à votre invitation. Et c'est un conflit d'agenda qui a fait qu'il ne peut pas être ici aujourd'hui. Alors, par rapport à votre question, le Sénégal est un pays qui est devenu gazier très récemment. Nous avons eu notre first gaz en janvier 2025, donc c'est très récent. Mais ce qui est intéressant par rapport à votre connexion, à votre question sur l'interconnexion, c'est que nous avons un projet inédit en termes de montage. Nous avons le projet qu'on appelle le Grand Tortue Ahmeyim, GTA, que nous avons avec nos voisins de la Mauritanie. C'est l'occasion d'ailleurs de féliciter encore le président Sidi ici présent. Donc c'est un projet inédit parce que nous avons du gaz des deux côtés. Et là où ailleurs il y a eu des difficultés de partage, nos deux pays frères ont eu l'intelligence d'exploiter ce gisement entre eux. Donc du coup, il n'y a pas de conflit. Il y a naturellement des fois quelques contentieux avec les opérateurs, mais globalement, c'est un projet qui se passe bien. Mais globalement, en termes d'énergie et d'électrification au Sénégal, nous avons pratiquement les mêmes problèmes que les autres pays africains. Chaque année, nous augmentons la production, mais chaque année, notre population augmente, les besoins augmentent, et nous ne parvenons pas à nous sortir en termes d'industrialisation ou tout simplement en termes d'accès universel. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, l'ensemble des 19 millions de Sénégalais n'ont pas tous accès à l'énergie et au gaz. Et nous avons deux chiffres clés que je voudrais partager ici. Le premier chiffre, c'est que nous avons 6471 localités à l'intérieur du Sénégal qui n'ont pas encore accès à l'université. à l'électricité du moins. Et pour financer ces 6471 localités, nous avons besoin de 400 milliards de francs CFA, ce qui est l'équivalent de 800 millions de dollars. Donc le message aujourd'hui par rapport à l'énergie, à l'interconnexion, c'est que le Sénégal a besoin de 800 millions de dollars pour pouvoir financer l'accès universel. Et l'objectif, c'est de l'avoir dans 2 ans. Et cela pose la problématique du financement. Nous avons des budgets qui sont plus orientés vers les dépenses sociales. Et de plus en plus, nous avons besoin de bâtir des partenariats publics-privés où l'argent du privé vient se substituer à l'argent du public dans des domaines qui peuvent être rentables. Parce que sur ces régions dont je vous parle au Sénégal qui n'ont pas accès à l'université, à l'électricité, je parle souvent d'université parce que je suis ancien ministre de l'enseignement supérieur. Donc ça me poursuit encore. Et dans ces zones-là où on n'a pas accès à l'électricité, il n'y a que l'État qui peut faire des investissements qui ne sont pas rentables. Le privé ne va pas aller dans des zones qui ne sont pas rentables pour faire des investissements. C'est pour ça que nous devons trouver un équilibre entre le financement public et le financement privé pour pouvoir avoir accès à l'universel. Maintenant, pour terminer sur les questions d'interconnexion, non seulement nous avons l'exemple avec la Mauritanie, mais nous avons l'exemple de l'organisation de la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal et l'organisation de la mise en valeur du fleuve Gambie. C'est cela qui fait que si nous sommes en surcapacité, si nous sommes en surproduction, la Gambie, la Guinée et le Mali, qui sont des pays voisins, peuvent en profiter. Et si nous sommes en déficit, leur surproduction nous permet aussi d'en profiter. Cela veut dire que chacun essaie d'agir là où il est fort pour aider à réserver le déficit de l'autre. Là où je voudrais terminer sur les questions de transition, c'est une question toujours difficile pour moi, parce qu'avant d'être le ministre de l'énergie et du pétrole, j'étais le ministre de l'environnement et de la transition écologique, et je me battais tous les jours avec le ministre du pétrole. Maintenant, c'est moi le ministre du pétrole et je dois trouver l'équilibre. Naturellement, dans nos pays, et c'est ma conclusion, on ne peut pas, comme certains pays développés qui ont déjà utilisé le fossile, quitter du jour au lendemain pour parler d'une économie propre. Chaque pays a son histoire. Et l'histoire de nos pays, c'est que nous avons des gaps de pauvreté à résorber. Et aujourd'hui que nous avons du gaz et du pétrole, nous demandons une transition douce, une transition intelligente, une transition différenciée qui nous permette de bénéficier des fossiles pour régler un certain nombre de problèmes de pauvreté pour aller vers le renouvelable. Donc là aussi, nous devons avoir un équilibre entre les fossiles et le renouvelable, avoir un agenda africain où la ZLECAf, par exemple, pourrait avoir, en termes de transport et de commerce, un rôle extrêmement important. Et c'est cela que nous appelons la solidarité des pays africains. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for sharing the initiatives that are ongoing in Senegal. Before I come to His Excellency Wamkele, let me come home, yeah, in Tanzania. And I have a question for you. I think the audience would like to hear, how can gas-producing country like Tanzania develop affordable, all right, and commercially sustainable LPG framework that will really, really help move Africa's gas resource from better value chains and would allow to expand access to clean cooking. I think this is a question dear to Tanzania. Honorable Ndejembi, the floor is yours.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for this question. It is well stated that almost 2.1 billion people globally do not have access to clean cooking. And if you break down that number, about 1 billion out of that is from Africa. And from that 1 billion that is from Africa, with people without any clean cooking access, you will see that 85% of that is from sub-Saharan Africa. Well, therefore, it is safe to say that clean cooking is no longer a topic that would say needs to take time. It is an urgent topic. It is a development priority. But it is simply not just an energy issue, but it is also a public health issue, environmental issue, gender equality and economical development issue. I'll come back home here. Prior to 2021, access to clean cooking was about 6%. But under the steady stewardship of our president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, she championed it, she campaigned it, pushing access to clean cooking here in Tanzania. We have managed to move from 6% to about 28% today as we speak in 2026. And that has also increased our imports from about 290,000 metric tons per year to about 459,000 metric tons per year last year in 2025. So you see, we have made steps. However, by doing that, we still have created a bigger demand. Today here in Tanzania, 7 out of 10 households still use charcoal and other sources of energy for cooking. So there is still room for work. We have vast resources of gas in Africa, in Tanzania, but we should not treat that commodity as an export commodity only. We should also scale up the use of natural gas, LPG, here at home in Africa. And how do we do that? We do that by also connecting our countries. We have neighboring countries like Mozambique. From Madimba to where their plant is about 74 kilometers. We need to connect with ourselves so as we can provide greater access to clean energy across our regions, across our continent. We can have pipelines from Tanzania to Kenya, pipelines from Tanzania to Uganda, to Congo and so forth. That will give us access to clean energy for our people and scale up access to LPG and CNG. But looking at the International Energy Agency, it estimates that under policy settings, around 75% of global population could still have access to clean cooking by the year 2030. But that needs political will. It needs an inclusion from the public sector, the private sector, and all other major stakeholders to help us achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I'm looking at His Excellency Wamkele. In one way or the other, when we're speaking about vision, she highlighted finance. When we moved ahead, he spoke of universal coverage in Senegal, we're speaking about finance. Again, in Nigeria, when we're thinking about really utilizing the gas in the country and reaching out from gas to prosperity, we're talking finance. And last but not least, when we're listening to having access to clean cooking resource here in Tanzania, wanting to reach more, we mean finance. And you come from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. A question for you, and I'm sure the audience would like to hear. How can you actually help Africa advance some of bigger projects? Because there is the appetite for that. And in particular, not only in gas, but then think about supplying clients regionally, okay, but also marking the use beyond the endowments that we've had. And also, importantly, have, like what we had from Nigeria, both energy security and also, like what we had from Tanzania, also contribute to cleaner cooking. Please, I'm sure the audience would like to hear that view from you.
Thank you very much. First, let me appreciate our leaders that are here. Mama, Her Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Vice President Kindiki of Kenya, former President Kikwete, ministers, it is really a pleasure for me to be back in Dar es Salaam. The remarks that the president of the bank made and that the CEO made are absolutely relevant in terms of us having to mobilize our own capital. I think the president said that Africa has over $3 trillion worth of domestic capital. And the CEO said that Africa's capital must work for Africa's investment. Now, in the current global context, the context of fiscal constraints, reduced overseas development assistance, our former partners that were directing capital towards the continent themselves are subjected to sovereign debt distress. So the global context is very constrained. So the question, therefore, is how do we mobilize domestic capital? African capital, over $3 trillion that's available, channel it and direct it towards infrastructure projects on the continent. So I think this is a challenge. We've established the frameworks, they are there. President Kaberuka was instrumental and others in establishing Africa50. It's functional. Over $9 billion worth of investments in infrastructure since its establishment. I believe the next challenge is how do we mobilize the domestic capital that we have. Of course, those partners that are willing to partner with us from outside of the continent, I'm sure they are most welcome. So today's discussion is very timely. The President's vision of the new Africa financial architecture is timely because it addresses this question, a very pertinent question of reduced and constrained capital flows into the continent for infrastructure development. The role of the AFCFTA is very simple. It is to enable scaling of infrastructure investments. So, for example, here in Tanzania, the country produces over 170 million cubic meters of gas annually from Songo and other places. We've heard Mozambique producing gas. We have also visited, by the way, last month in Angola, we visited a facility that will produce sufficient fertilizers to supply not only for, Amufet is the name, not only for Angola, but the region. However, with all of this investment in the capital that it will be directed to scaling, if we don't have harmonized rules for the exports of these fertilizers to happen, or the export of the gas to happen, we will not achieve our objectives. And so this is the first way in which we can contribute to the development of infrastructure in Africa, enabling the scaling of these projects. Second, by deploying harmonized trade rules, trade policy, to enable trade amongst countries. If you have a domestic supply of energy and you are able to export, that will happen on the basis of the trade rules. A market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion is a very significant market, domestic market. But we have got to overcome the fragmentation that has happened for many years, by creating a single market. And so the infrastructure projects that we see, and by the way, you know, my neighbor mentioned the productive capacity between Senegal, the Gambia, and Mauritania, and the connectivity in terms of production capacity, the Honorable Minister. I drove from the Gambia, Banjul, to Dakar. And there is a bridge, Senegambia Bridge, which was financed by Africa50, completely transformed the trade ecosystem of the two countries, particularly the neighboring cities, smallholder farmers, informal traders. That infrastructure investment not only reduced the cost of trade, the cost of doing business, but it also addressed this issue of inclusivity, where we have now smallholder farmers that are active participants of driving the economic ecosystem of that region. So we have examples where infrastructure development does indeed have a direct impact on people's lives, including the matters that the Honorable Minister of Tanzania raised on clean cooking. And I want to congratulate Mama for her leadership, because she raised this matter in the African Union. It is now one of the projects of the African Union that the entire continent is focusing on through her leadership. And we were here last year for the Clean Cooking Summit that Mama hosted with AFDB. So for us, our role is very simple. Deploy the trade rules to enable scaling of infrastructure investment, create the investor confidence by applying the rules, deploy the trade policy instruments to enable the investments and the production at domestic level to be exported outside of the country that has access capacity.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to Wamkele. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, 1 minute or less, preferably. I would like to hear from this high-level panel, by 2030, it's not very far, but it would be good to let the audience know, what is that one measurable outcome that would really demonstrate that we do have a gas strategy and we will really deliver that? I know most of you touched on it in one way or the other. One sentence. If you have that one sentence, that would be good. If you don't, it's also okay. And I will start all the way from Nigeria, come to Tanzania, Senegal, and I will finish with Mozambique. Karim.
Thank you very much once again, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic, and from what my brother from Tanzania mentioned, LPG. In Nigeria, under the directive of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we are to move 5 million homes from utilization of charcoal and all those heavy emission sources to clean cooking by 2030. And we are on track on that. So currently, we are moving around from state to state to ensure we encourage the homes with every state 27,000 cylinders of LPG filled, and we have promised to do that for 6 times. This is how to move them. It's not for rich homes, but for the poor homes, the less privileged, to move them from and using all those heavy emission sources in their own cooking to protect public health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a big point. Thank you. A big campaign around clean cooking in Nigeria. Yes, United Republic of Tanzania. Welcome.
Thank you. If there's one thing, it's that as Africans, we should not work in silos. We should collaborate. We should form infrastructure projects that are bankable, scalable, and that provide access to one another as a continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senegal.
Nous avons un grand problème d'équité territoriale avec l'électrification rurale. Je disais qu'on a un grand problème d'équité territoriale avec l'électrification rurale. Parce qu'on parle beaucoup de gas to power, de gas to industrie, les questions de l'énergie de façon générale, mais nous oublions toujours qu'il y a une population très travailleuse qui n'est pas dans les grandes villes, qui est loin de ces questions de développement et qu'on doit aussi aider à se développer. Et le dernier point, c'est que puisque nous sommes en train d'exploiter notre gaz, nous voyons qu'il y a un problème économique de différence de vue entre les majors, les opérateurs et nous. Tous les majors veulent exploiter notre gaz, faire du GNL et aller à l'exportation. Alors que notre véritable besoin, c'est d'avoir le gaz domestique pour la gestion de nos propres besoins. Et ça, heureusement, le Sénégal et la Mauritanie l'ont très bien compris dans le cadre du programme GTA. Et nous travaillons tous les jours à essayer d'avoir nos ambitions communes prises en charge par ces opérateurs. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And I move to Wamkele, please.
Well, thank you again. Well, I would say that let's set ourselves a target by 2035 of this in excess of $3 trillion of domestic capital that is in Africa. How much of that can we mobilize to direct towards our own infrastructure development? Given the current global context that I mentioned in the previous segment, let's set ourselves a target. Development finance institutions, our commercial banks, the African Union, as well as governments, how much of that should we mobilize, unleash, and deploy towards scalable investment infrastructure projects that will be cross-border, whether it is trade corridors, ports that service more than one country, road networks that connect markets. I believe that it is achievable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Important to set the target. Yes, Honorable Kala.
For us, we do have a target, which is our main priority, achieving the full potential and capacity in terms of production of LNG by 2028, which is the time that is scheduled to achieve the high production of our LNG project, which is scheduled to transit from the current 3.4 tonic metrics of capacity to 38 per year. So this is our main priorities to achieve what we have already defined in our strategy. And the commitments that the government is already designed is to ensure the right environment and sustainability of LNG project. It means to achieve the legal stability and also a safe environment for the companies to operate in the country. Thank you.
A very, very important point. Safety of the company, but importantly, you will complete the LNG by then. Really, please join me in thanking the members of the panel. As you've heard since morning, we are here for 2 days. So this was, thank you.
Every industrial revolution has been powered by one thing: reliable energy. Around the world, natural gas has fueled industries, powered factories, and transformed economies. Today, Africa faces a dual energy challenge: closing the access gap and powering industrial growth. Africa has the resources to industrialize, but needs the energy infrastructure. more than 600 million people lack access to electricity, and nearly 1 billion lack clean cooking.
Reliable, affordable energy is essential for farms, factories, mines, logistics hubs, data centers, and industrial corridors.
Unlocking this potential requires the missing link: midstream infrastructure. Africa50 is building that bridge, developing, de-risking, and financing the pipelines, processing hubs, and storage networks that connect gas fields directly to domestic industry. This is how Africa moves beyond exporting raw materials. By expanding midstream capacity, we turn gas corridors into industrial hubs, creating jobs, boosting trade, and securing the continent's energy future. The bridge between gas resources and industrial growth requires the right partner. Africa50, your trusted partner in gas infrastructure.
Your Excellency, with your permission, it is now my honor to invite Your Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, to deliver his remarks. Please, let's welcome him.
Mheshimiwa Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Muungano wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Excellencies President, Rais mstaafu Jakaya Kikwete, ndugu zangu wa Tanzania, na wasalimu hamjamboni, wengine shikamoo. Madam President, I bring you greetings from your brother and counterpart, President William Ruto of Kenya, whom I'm representing here today. And I come here to do a very simple task. I've been asked to discuss Kenya's experience with large-scale energy infrastructure projects, the lessons we've learned. And I want to be as practical as I can because, as I have said again, mine is to give the perspective that perhaps we could share, even as I listen to the experiences of the other countries from what we've just listened this morning. Your Excellency, energy is key to our industrialization. Also, we need reliable, affordable energy, which is also accessible to as many of our citizens as possible. We therefore need a backbone a source of energy and enough infrastructure to convey that energy to reach people's homes and to power industries. I don't want to repeat the statistics that have been given about the potential, the energy potential in our continent, including potential on natural gas. We have adequate, significant stocks of natural gas spread across our continent from Nigeria, Senegal, Algeria, Mozambique, Tanzania, and many more other countries, I believe. But the challenge we have is how to provide major energy infrastructure projects, which normally take a lot of time, require a lot of technical expertise, and also are costly to be able to industrialize. Many scholars and policymakers have cited the fact that Africa's arable land, mineral wealth, including natural gas, a good population, as drivers of Africa's future. The only thing I want to add, even as I go into energy projects, is that Africa needs to build confidence in itself. Africans, we must learn to have confidence in our continent and in our capability to do what others have been able to do. Therefore, Your Excellency, for us, we have picked a few things along the way. The first one is government commitment and political leadership. It's very important for our various countries for us to have government commitment and political leadership, which provides strategic direction, policy consistency, investor confidence, and continuity across political cycles. The biggest threat today to Africa's development is policy disruption, which is an unintended consequence of democracy. The movement from one administration to another, which is a good thing, because democracy is a good thing. But we must find ways of insulating our development agenda from democratic transitions so that we can have continuity. And that is the discussion we're having in Kenya, generally. We have heard what President Samia has done in Tanzania, what President Ruto is doing in Kenya, and I'm sure many of our countries, our leaders are doing their best. But how do we assure that what the projects and the programs and the policy framework in place today will be in place 20, 30, 40, 50 years, so that as we do these things, we are looking at taking Africa from where we are today into the first world, because it is possible. Others have done it, Africa can do it. But if we are going to have disruptions every time there's an election, every time there is a succession from one administration to another, then that is going to be a big bottleneck. So consistency, continuity, and stability is a very key enabler of these wonderful objectives around infrastructure. As we build a democratic Africa, we must build a wealthy Africa at the same time. And the two outcomes are not mutually exclusive. Number two, robust policy and regulatory framework, which provides predictability for investors, lenders, and developers, while ensuring environmental, technical, and consumer protection issues. That is a big lesson that we need to carry along, even as we develop these big transnational and long-term infrastructure projects, including energy projects. Number three, we need to develop technical capacity at the local level in our countries. This will reduce dependence on foreign expertise. It will lower project costs and build long-term national ownership of our projects. Number four, we need long-term integrated planning. As I have said in my opening sentence, the need for long-term integrated planning is to ensure investments are aligned to future demand, resource availability, and least cost development pathways. The next lesson that we have picked, number 6, is the need for innovative financing and risk mitigation mechanisms. The case has been made for mobilizing domestic resources, both in our countries, but also regionally. And I'm glad to see the president of the ADB group here and all the other institutions that are underwriting Africa's future in the financial and resource space. So we need to have innovative ways of mobilizing resources, both nationally and regionally, to be able to reduce investor risks, lower cost of capital, and enable implementation of capital-intensive projects. What we are doing in Kenya, we've just put in place the National Infrastructure Fund, where we are mobilizing resources from the stock market by selling off part of the stakes that government owns in government-owned entities, mobilizing and using that capital to crowd in private sector financing and bring on board financial institutions, pension funds, and everybody else, including the regional financial institutions, which are represented here today. So we must think innovatively on where to get money, because the traditional sources of capital and finance are changing for various reasons, which I don't want to delve into today. Number 7, and it is linked to number 6, is private sector participation, involving the private sector so that we can mobilize capital, but also technology, and create operational efficiency while reducing pressure on our public resources that we have by collecting taxes from citizens. The next lesson we have learned is around community engagement and benefit sharing. Lesson number 8. There is need to have the people of Africa move with us. It is not enough to build roads and railways and ports and harbors and gas pipelines. It's important for us to carry the people of Africa for whom we work to go with us and to reason and travel with us the journey. The need for community engagement and benefit sharing secures the social license to operate the projects that we want to do. It reduces delay. Some of the projects have been delayed because of our inability to manage the social, economic, environmental, and other issues around some of our projects. You end up with delays, you end up with court cases, litigation, conflicts, and this affects project sustainability. We have also learned about effective contract and project management to prevent cost overruns, delays, disputes, while at the same time ensuring quality project delivery. The next lesson, number 10, is environmental and social safeguards, I think which is already I've alluded to ensure sustainability and improve access to financing, as well as protecting communities and biological diversity. We have also learned about the power of regional trade and cross-border infrastructure, which has been alluded to by some of the previous speakers. And we need to organize ourselves. In this space around LNG, for example, the pipeline from Mozambique, Tanzania, I see no reason why it should not extend to Kenya, up the coast, and it can go to the other directions as well, so that we can share not only we can share in the economies of scale and be able to leverage on our various strengths. Your Excellency, therefore, the matter before us is how can Africa build energy infrastructure, including LNG infrastructure, at a scale and pace which is commensurate with our state of development today and where we want to go tomorrow. And therefore, we have a dual responsibility of making sure that we provide access to reliable, affordable energy, while at the same time having low emissions of, in terms of protection. It is therefore possible to utilize the significant resources that Africa has, including LNG resources, if we collaborate with one another. Just to give an example of the power evacuation program that we are running between Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania, which has a capacity of evacuating 2,000 megawatts, but at the moment is evacuating 800 megawatts of power from Ethiopia, 700 megawatts into Kenya, 100 megawatts into Tanzania. And I think those are some of the areas which we need to work on and expand, because the capacity is there and the physical infrastructure is already in place. Tanzania has led by example in this space, but we need more infrastructural projects for gasification, regasification, power plants, and pipelines, so that we can take this matter to the next level. Your Excellency, once more, let me summarize by address in simple terms, because sometimes we complicate what we want to say with a lot of English. The future of this subject matter and the future of our continent lies on how we handle 5 things. Number 1, the people. I have talked about the need for us to go along with the people. The story of Africa's development must be written together collectively. And that's why it is important that the discourse we're having around development must be sensitized to communities, to the citizens, to make sure that we are all aligned. We must, for example, let me give this example. Many African countries are struggling with the politics of identity, especially subnational identities. Luckily, Tanzania largely does not fall under that category. Kenya does. And if you look at our constitutional order in many of our countries, there is need for identity, there is need for democratic space and expression and identity. But there is also, increasingly going forward, the need for African leadership to pursue not just the politics of identity. In fact, we should overcome the interests and wealth creation. We must work towards making our people rich, wealthy, prosperous across the board, even as we build democratic entities, build on our subnational identities. But that's just one example. But the point I'm saying is that we must carry the people along, young people, women, rural people, urban poor, and everyone. Number 2, technology. The mega projects that we want to do, technology is at the center. And we cannot continue relying on foreign technology or foreign sources of technology. The issue of technology transfer is central in this matrix. Number 3 is the issue of partnerships, especially between the public and private sector, to provide resources, not just financial resources, but also blend the human resources from public and private sector to give us the outcomes we require. Number 4, it is governance. Governance. I think part of it has been spoken to. This area about energy, resources, and natural resources require better governance so that we can be able to attract investments, build the confidence of investors, and secure the wealth of our people. Finally, it is the issue of political stability. We can build the best roads, the best airports, the best railways, the best seaports, but without long-term political stability, all that can be washed away. And therefore, we need to invest in strategic security, not just for our countries, but for our region as a whole. Because any instability anywhere in Africa is instability in our own countries. We have seen how the 1980s, 90s have looked like. And with the developing geopolitical changes, we must be able to invest in long-term political stability and strategic security for our countries, for our region, so that we can underwrite the future of our continent, because all these infrastructure projects, if our continent, our countries are not secure, can be washed away overnight. Thank you, and it's a pleasure for me to address you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you for the nuggets of wisdom that you've shared. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, one of the defining features of the Infra for Africa Forum is that apart from the conversations that move or unlock funding into infrastructure, it's also a platform for action. We have signings that we are going to do that are actually coming out of some of the things that we've already spoken about, including gas. And I'm also proud to say that, Your Excellency, 3 out of those 5 are related to Tanzania. So we are going to start with the very first signing, which is between Africa50 and the Tanzania Ministry of Health. And this is an agreement for the expansion of access to dialysis and renal care across Tanzania. Please help me to welcome here Dr. Grace Magemba, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, United Republic of Tanzania. I'll also invite Mr. Jalal Kimji, Chief Executive Officer of the Africa50 Principal Investment Fund. This is actually very important for Tanzania because it can help extend life-saving specialist care to more patients with kidney diseases, strengthen the capacity of the public health system, and also advance the country's commitment to universal health care coverage. Aja, my colleague, will help us to run through this. This agreement also is a demonstration, actually, of how public-private collaboration can mobilize investment in special expertise in social infrastructure that directly impact the people's lives. So this is very, very important. Access to dialysis and specialist renal care is a matter of life and death for patients. So these kind of agreements are super important to ensure that people can have this kind of access, treatment, and will be able to live quality lives. We'll now ask them to exchange. Yes, we'll take a picture now. Thank you very much. The second signing is an agreement between Africa50 and the Tanzania electricity supply company TANESCO. And this will be to formalize a partnership between the two organizations for the implementation of electricity transmission PPPs in Tanzania. May I please invite up here the signatories for this particular signing. Remember that Africa50 led the first ever PPP transmission line signing in Kenya, and as we promised, we are going to scale and take it across other African countries as well. May I please invite the signatories to come up? Moshood Abolade is the investment director for Africa50. We have the acting managing director for TANESCO, Engineer Timothy Imgaya. Transmission lines often is the missing link after generation. If we need power to power our industries, we need to now connect that power to where it's needed most. So this project is really, really important. And we are proud to say that now we're moving to Tanzania for this very, very important project after Kenya. And more African countries will also benefit from Africa50's expertise in transmission lines PPP. Thank you very much, Mr. Ngaya and Moshood. We'll now have them take their photos. Thank you. I'm pleased to say that the third one is also related to Tanzania, and this is the Tanzania LNG project signing. Today, Africa50, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation and Taka Arabia are signing this agreement to develop a pilot project that will supply Tanzania's natural gas to industries across the country. You've heard a lot about gas today and how it's so important to unlock industrialization in Africa. So please, may I invite the signatories for this particular signing as well. Anas Fi, from Africa50, Executive Director. May I also invite Musa Mohamed Makama, Managing Director, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation. Karim Shaban, Managing Director, Taka Arabia. Again, this project is very, very important because it's going to help Tanzania use more of its domestic gas power local industries, and then also strengthen energy security and reduce reliance on imported fuels. Again, the bigger picture is that it will lay the foundation for a larger LNG project here in Tanzania. So this is very, very critical, and we are really pleased that we are collaborating with Tanzania, Taka Arabia, to do this. Africa50, as always, will bring its project development expertise to this project. The good thing is that this is a model that can be expanded. So after Tanzania, we're looking to move into other countries. You heard our CEO announce the big gas platform that will be leading on the continent. So this is exciting times, and we're really pleased that this is happening. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Anas, may I please ask you to remain? We are moving to the next signing, which is Africa50 Agia Project Development with Propaco and the Italian Climate Fund. May I invite Luca Quadrini, Head of Corporate and Export Finance at Casa Depositi e Prestiti. May I also invite Jean Guyonnet Duparé, Regional Director for East Africa for Propaco. These two organizations together are making a commitment of $50 million in new capital into the Africa50 Agia Project Development Fund. This is exciting times for all of those who are within this space. Agia PD is deploying, so you might as well line up, understand what we're doing, and position to help with the development of strategic green projects on the continent. So the Italian Climate Fund is committing $40 million US, and Propaco is committing $10 million, so a total of $50 million. Remember that last year Agia reached financial close of almost $120 million. So this is a huge development, and this is also a win-win for the continent. The Agia PD Fund is Africa's largest fund focused on green infrastructure development here in Africa. All signed and sealed. A round of applause. Thank you very much. And the final one for this morning is the Africa50 and British International Investment BII Agreement. May I please invite Mr. Leslie Masdop, Chief Executive Officer for British International Investment. And may I also invite here Alain Ebobise, Group Chief Executive Officer of Africa50. Please let's welcome them with a round of applause. This is a strategic partnership on infrastructure investment in Africa. And guess what? This is not just a signing. We've already made big strides. BI has already made big strides. They are already committing $20 million to the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. So that agreement that they are signing, they've already started working on this. Africa's infrastructure ambitions cannot be driven only by public finance, so we need that partnership that we've heard over and over again in this room this morning to be able to reach there. So before we do this, the photo, may I also invite here Dr. Sidi Uta, please, if you may join them, and also the CEO of the Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, Sergio Pimenta. Please, may you also join them for the photo. Sergio is leading our Africa50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. So that $20 million, he will be managing that. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is the final of the signings today, but of course, it does not mean this is the end of the project that we'll be delivering across the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nana. Please, a round of applause for witnessing the agreements. Your Excellency, we've gathered here today and many thanks to our sponsors. We acknowledge the support we received from Stanbic Bank. Thank you. We acknowledge the support received from Mohammed Enterprises Tanzania Limited. We acknowledge support from TPA. We also acknowledge support from TPDC. We also acknowledge support from PSSF, Yas Tanzania, Azam Media Group, and Mwananchi Communication. Before I welcome the next speaker, allow me to let the audience know, after our program, we've heard so many times Dr. Kaberuka being mentioned. He will have a fireside chat. Please don't plan to miss. And before that, you will also hear a showcase of investment in Tanzania. May I now, Your Excellency, allow me to welcome the President of the African Development Bank and Chairman of the Africa50 Board, Dr. Sidi Odita, to give words of appreciation and also to welcome you to address this audience. Karibu sana, Dr. Sidi. Please, a round of applause to him.
Thank you very much. Allow me really to express our gratitude to Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for the warm welcome and for hosting this annual meeting of the General Assembly of Africa50 and the Infrastructure Forum for Africa. Allow me, Your Excellency, to invite you to deliver your keynote statement. Welcome.
Please be seated. Your Excellency, the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and one of the founding members or presidents of the Africa50, and this is none than Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Your Excellency, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, my brother Kithure Kindiki, Your Excellency, representatives of the heads of state and government, I also acknowledge the presence of Your Excellency Dr. Sid Olda, President of African Development Bank and Chairman of Africa50. May I also acknowledge the presence of members of Parliament of Tanzania. They are here. Governors of Africa50, honorable ministers, Secretary General of the African Free Trade Area, Honorable Wamkele Mendi, Ms. Elena Abobise, Chief Executive Officer of Africa50. I also acknowledge the chiefs of the security organs here present, Tanzanian security organs, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, distinguished investors, ladies and gentlemen, habari asubuhi and good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the United Republic of Tanzania. And on behalf of the government and the people of Tanzania, I extend our warmest greetings and heartfelt appreciation for Africa50, or to Africa50, for entrusting our country with the privilege of hosting this year's Infra for Africa Forum and General Shareholders Meeting. Since its establishment, this forum has become one of Africa's vital platforms for shaping the continent's infrastructure and investment agenda. We are extremely honored that following the successful hosting of previous meetings by fellow African nations, including the last one in Mozambique, Tanzania has been chosen to welcome this distinguished gathering this year. Thank you very much, and you are most welcome. And this reflects growing confidence in Tanzania's economic transformation, investment potential, and its strategic role as a gateway connecting Africa's markets. More importantly, it reaffirms our shared conviction that Africa's future is best driven by African leadership, African capital, and African partnership. Before I proceed, allow me to thank the previous speakers and my dear brother Kindiki and the panelists for informative dialogue throughout from East Africa to West Africa that indicates gaps we have and opportunities of for investments we have in our continent. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the theme of this year's forum that says a decade of impact from vision to delivery is both timely and benefiting. Clearly, Africa has never lacked visions. Through the Agenda 2063, the African Continent Free Trade Area, and our national development plans, we have set ambitious goals for socio-economic transformation of our societies. Our priority now has pivoted towards delivery, and I insist, delivery. It goes without saying that our people measure progress not by the declaration we make, but by the visible outcomes, such as roads, reliable energy-efficient ports and railways, digital connectivity, and infrastructure that creates jobs, attracts investment, and improves lives. That's why this forum matters. It is indeed bringing together leaders, investors, financiers, and development partners with a common purpose. The purpose is to transform ideas into bankable projects, partnerships into investments, and Africa's immense potential into lasting prosperity for our people. We meet at the time of heightened global uncertainties, marked by geopolitical tensions, conflicts, climate change, supply chain disruptions, and financial pressures. Although many of the challenges originated beyond Africa, their impact sends ripple effects across our continent. These realities reinforce the need for Africa to build resilience and self-sustaining economies by adding value to our resources, strengthening regional value chains, expanding intra-African trade, and mobilizing domestic capital for our own development. At the heart of this transformation is infrastructure. Our roads, ports, railways, energy systems, and digital networks must drive growth, withstand future shocks, and enhance Africa's competitiveness. By developing bankable projects, mobilizing long-term financing, and attracting private investment, Africa50 reflects Africa's determination to finance, build and own its own future, and hence, through collaboration, strong partnership, and effective implementation, we can build a more resilient, competitive, and prosperous Africa. Excellencies and distinguished participants, as for us, Tanzania, our infrastructure transformation is guided by the Tanzanian Development Vision 2050 for the 25 years to come, whose implementation commenced last month, July this year. The vision spells out our ambition to build a competitive, industrialized, and inclusive economy driven by innovation, human capital, sustainable development, and modern infrastructure. Recognizing that this transformation cannot be achieved by the government alone, our 25 years journey to 2050 places the private sector at the center of economic growth, with ambition that 70% of economic contribution will be driven by the private sector, locally and global private sector. Our role as the government is therefore to create a predictable investment climate, deliver strategic public infrastructure, and build partnership that unlock private sector capital, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Over the past years, Tanzania has undertaken ambitious infrastructure development programs in our history. We have expanded and modernized the port of Dar es Salaam, enhancing its efficiency and strengthening its role as a regional trade and logistic hub. We are advancing the standard gauge railway to improve connectivity, reduce transport costs, and facilitate trade with neighboring countries. And we also investing in strategic roads, network, bridges, logistic corridors, and modern airports, so as to strengthen national, regional, and global connectivity. These investments are already generating impact by reducing logistic costs, attracting investments, maybe when the Tanzania Investment Center, we do the presentation, we see how Tanzania is receiving the FDIs from outside the country. So they are also reinforcing Tanzania's role as a strategic gateway for land-linked countries, including Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Zambia, Malawi, and Democratic Republic of Congo, by providing efficient access to regional and global market. Tanzania's strategic location along the Indian Ocean has historically positioned our country as a natural gateway to Africa. Today, through sustained investments in infrastructure, we are strengthening this role by connecting markets, facilitating trade, and supporting regional integration. As an active member of both the East African Community and the Southern African Development Community, Tanzania occupies a unique position as a bridge between the two important regional blocs. We are committed to using this position to strengthen cross-border trade, develop regional value chains, and promote investments that deliver shared prosperity. The African Continental Free Trade Area further complements regional efforts to enhance trade, investment, and infrastructure connectivity. We therefore stand ready to work with Africa50, governments, investors, and development partners to accelerate delivery of infrastructure that connects our people, industries, and unlock Africa's economic potential. Distinguished participants, talking on building Africa's next generation infrastructure, we are relying heavily on building integration systems that drive industrialization, innovation, and competitiveness. And in this respect, energy remains the foundation of economic transformation. Without reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy, industries cannot grow, business cannot expand, and economies cannot compete. So, in cognizance of this fact, Tanzania is investing in a secure and diversified energy sector through hydropower, renewable energy, and natural gas. The Julius Nyerere Hydropower Station and investment in other clean energy sources is strengthening energy security and supporting industrial development. With the continued discovery of natural or proven natural gas reserves, Tanzania is well positioned to contribute to regional energy security while promoting value addition, manufacturing, and economic diversification. We also recognize that Africa's energy future depends on stronger regional cooperation, cross-border transmission, networks, and regional power pools that will enhance energy security, reduce costs, and provide reliable power to support our growing economies. And my brother Kindiki has explained very nicely our East African pool, but we also have the Southern African power pool, which also provide electricity, reliable electricity to our countries. Equally important is digital infrastructure. In today's world, connectivity is essential as roads, ports, and energy. Through the national ICT broadband backbone, Tanzania is expanding digital access, improving public services, promoting financial inclusion, supporting innovation, and creating new opportunities, especially for young entrepreneurs. It is obvious that infrastructure alone cannot transform Africa. And I want to concur with Deputy Minister Kindiki that our greatest asset is our people. By investing in education, technical skills, and digital capabilities, can empower our youthful population to become innovators, creators, and drivers of African transformation. We can develop them to be not merely consumers of the global solution, but producers of solutions to the world. regarding mobilizing investment for Africa's infrastructure future. As it was narrated earlier by the previous speakers, that Africa financial muscles for investment remains one of the greatest barriers to economic transformation, but it is also the greatest potential for private sector investment opportunities in our time. Governments alone cannot finance Africa's infrastructure ambitions. We must strengthen partnerships that bring together public resources, private sector, development financial institutions, and local and international investors. I, therefore, invite financial institutions, investors gathered here today to partner with us, Tanzania, and explore the vast opportunities available across transport, energy, logistics, manufacturing, digital infrastructure, and industrial development. Tanzania is no longer a source of raw materials only. It is becoming a destination for value addition, innovation, and industrial production and sustainable growth. Thank you. Talking of a shared vision for Africa's next decade, we must translate commitments into projects, ambitions into achievements, and plans into measurable results. The infrastructure we build must strengthen regional integration, expand trade under continental free trade area, and create opportunities for millions of Africans. To Africa50, I extend my sincere appreciation for your leadership and contribution to Africa's infrastructure transformation. Your achievements demonstrate the power of African-led partnership in delivering impactful projects. As we enter your next decade, we encourage you to continue championing innovation or innovative solutions and investment that connect our continent and improve the lives of our people. Tanzania stands ready to deepen its partnership with Africa50. As you have witnessed here, we signed 3 MOUs or agreements with Africa50, and we expect better implementation of those agreements. So Tanzania stands ready to deepen our partnership with Africa50, investors and all stakeholders committed to building a connected, competitive, and prosperous Africa. Excellencies and distinguished participants, before I conclude, I would like to encourage you to extend your engagement with the people of Tanzania beyond the meeting halls and invite you to experience the warmth of our people, the richness of our culture, and the beauty of our country. From the endless plains of the Serengeti, the proudly standing Mount Kilimanjaro, and to the breathtaking, beautiful islands of Zanzibar, Tanzania offers memorable experiences and exciting opportunities for tourism, hospitality, and sustainable development. Take time to experience them. Before you go back and buy another ticket to come back, you are here. Use them. I also wish to share our pride in hosting, together with our neighbors, Kenya and Uganda, the historic Total Energy CAF African Cup of Nations, AFCON Pamoja 2027. The first ever AFCON tournament to be hosted in East Africa, and the first in the history of the competition to be jointly hosted by 3 countries. This milestone reflects not only our shared passion for sports, but also Africa's growing confidence and ability to deliver world-class events while strengthening regional cooperation in investments in sports. As Africans, when we work together, there's no limit to what we can achieve. With these remarks, it is now my honor and privilege to declare the 2026 Infra for Africa Forum and Africa50 General Stakeholders Meeting officially open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you. God bless Africa. God bless Africa50. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Our Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for those great words. And here she bids farewell before we proceed with our program. Brass band, please let us escort Her Excellency as she heads out. Take your seats. So I have the twins of investment in Tanzania, from Tanzania mainland and from Zanzibar. And they have 20 minutes. Each one will be preceded by a video of about 3 minutes, and they will make their presentation for 7 minutes. Studio, please let's start with Cesar. Thank you very much.
Who your in 50 years. A country that has set its course far ahead. A land of vision, youth, and ambition. This is Tanzania, your getaway country. In 2025, Tanzania launched its Vision 2050, a bold blueprint for a competitive, inclusive, industrialized economy, one that embraces sustainability, technology, and prosperity for all. Tanzania is the gateway to East and Southern Africa. With world-class logistics and new infrastructure, we connect your business to over 1.4 billion people. With over 94% mobile money penetration, digital banking, and venture capital support, Tanzania is investing in people who invest in ideas. TISEZA, the Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zones Authority, brings it all together. One stop, fully digital, fast, and investor-friendly. Under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Tanzania is building global partnerships, implementing significant reforms, and welcoming sustainable investments. Where will your business be in 2050? Choose a country with a plan. Choose the country building the future today. Tanzania, your getaway country. Your future now.
Sorry. Mercy, please proceed.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon now. Ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, kazi na utu. On behalf of the Director General, I'm here to represent the investment opportunities available in Tanzania. We have the Tanzania Investments and the Special Economic Zone Authority. This is the place where any investor who will come in Tanzania must approach on this particular authority. We have the one-stop facilitation center there, which consists more than 14 institutions. To actualize the process which we have now, we can meet this particular institution where we can get the certificate, approvals, authorization, permits. Within 24 hours, we can get your certificate of incentive. So this is the place where we don't need our investors to hurdles or to shift from one door to another or knocking from one office to another. We know, we value your time on this particular platform. We'll get your services on time. Why do you think you needed to invest in Tanzania? A lot of things have been done, but one of the critical things, we have the very stable macroeconomic policy in terms of fiscal incentives, in terms of monetary policies. We have the inflation rate of an average of 3 to 5%. In case of we needed to import some of your commodities from abroad, it means you need the forex. So we have the enough foreign reserve of which we can import all your goods and services from abroad. Other things have been explained by the previous speakers. What are the investors' protection frameworks? We have a lot of protection framework in Tanzania, but I will mention the two key issues. The first one, we guarantee you, the investment guarantee you. We know the investors, they are coming here in Tanzania for the purpose of doing investment. They get the profits, so we allow you to repatriate back your profits. Also, Tanzania is the members of multilateral investment guarantee, as well as International Center for Settlement Investment Dispute. In case of any dispute arise here in Tanzania, the investor, you are free to go anywhere to arbitrate your case. Tanzania structured projects, these have already been explained by the previous speaker, the issue of Bagamoyo Special Economic Zone, the standard LNG gas, graphites, and the Julius Nyerere project. We have the full, well-integrated in terms of the connectivity. We can be connected to the rest of Africa. We have the very modern transport facilities in terms of roads, in terms of airports, in terms of railways. They are being connected everywhere from Tanzania. We know Tanzania is one of the gateway to the rest of Africa. We can access the East Africa market, SADC market, as well as the African internet markets in general. The base of infrastructure market, this has been captured. Yeah, we have the special economic zones. We have the 5 strategic economic zones. We have the Bagamoyo Maritime City. We have the Nala, SEZ, Buzwagi, Kwala, SEZ. All of these attract investors who wanted to invest in manufacturing industry. From being side or invest on this particular SEZ, you can enjoy a lot of infrastructure and incentive will be provided. This is just a matrix which shows the infrastructure at a glance in Tanzania. Tanzania infrastructures, there is a lot of investment opportunity along this area. We can see on the transportation sector, energy sector, industrial zone, ICT, and digital infrastructure in terms of logistics. When you read the 5-year development plan version 4, you can find all these particular flagship projects. There are about 7 flagship projects there, which constitute more than 50 anchors projects. So the time is yours, select any kind of project are you interested on. There are different modes of collaboration. We encourage partnership through PPP approach. There are more than 8 modes of which the investor can collaborate with the government in terms of build, operate, and transfer, build, on, transfer. So the time for us is to take which mode do you think it is much suitable for the kind of the products or we are using. Another things, we have incentive. We are providing fiscal incentive and non-fiscal incentive. For those who are engaged in the business or investments, we can experience you the fiscal incentive. For instance, we can get a 0 import duty on raw materials, on capital goods, or tax exemption, or 0 corporate tax for the maximum of 10 years. So there is a lot of fiscal incentive which are being provided in Tanzania. In terms of non-fiscal incentive, also we can get automatic immigration quota for the 10 expatriates. As I previously said, we are allowed to repatriate back your profits on this particular general. These are the sum of the world investment incentive are being provided here. This is just a distribution of infrastructure projects around in Tanzania. We are leading from Dar es Salaam, Arusha, Pwani, Mwanza, and Dodoma. These are the area where they are so much interesting. When you see the trend on the project side there is increasing rate of the projects which are being registered in Tanzania. In terms of investment, capital projected 1 since 2021. When we reach 2025, we can see how the trend is going up. This is an increasing trend. What are the causes of this? It's due to the predictability laws which we have, the confidence of the government, even the confidence from our private sectors who they want to invest in Tanzania. These are the different awards which have been received from the TISEZA for being the best investment promotion agents in Africa. Thank you very much. You are most welcome in Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Gaudens. Please, a round of applause to Gaudens. Next up, Zipa. please welcome to the floor. And we're really honored to have the Director General Sare Sahad Mohammed, and he will deliver his speech. But before that, there will be an introductory video. Karib.
Zanzibar, an island blessed with history, culture, and breathtaking beauty. A destination that has welcomed the world for centuries, and today it welcomes opportunity. Zanzibar is more than heritage. It is a gateway to investment and trade, a hub at the heart of the Indian Ocean economy. Home to 1.9 million people, this island is alive with energy, talent, and ambition. Under the leadership of President Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, infrastructure has become a national priority. New roads, modern ports, expanded healthcare, and vital services are transforming the islands, building a foundation for growth, for business, and for people. With Investment Act 2023 and the new investment regulations of 2025, Zanzibar offers one of the most enabling business environments in the region. And at the heart of it all, ZIPA's one-stop investment center. Here, registering a business, obtaining permits, and accessing investor services is faster, simpler, and more efficient than ever. Tourism remains the heart of Zanzibar economy, with more than 500,000 visitors each year. But the future stretches far beyond tourism, from world-famous cloves and spices to modern seaweed farming, from sustainable fisheries to the growing blue economy. Zanzibar is unlocking new frontiers of opportunity. Step by step, Zanzibar is becoming not only a tourist paradise, but a rising center for investment. With modern infrastructure, clear reforms, and a government commitment to progress, the future is here. For investors seeking opportunity, stability, and a young, dynamic workforce in a world-class destination, Zanzibar is a place to be. Explore and invest in Zanzibar now.
Distinguished government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to me to stand before you to present Zanzibar investment opportunities that are available for you, for all guests here who did and who are watching online for the meeting of African50. My name is Saleh Saad Mohammed, and I am the Executive Director of Zanzibar Investment Promotion Authority, ZIPA. At ZIPA, our work is to promote, facilitate, and most importantly, protect our investors and their investment. Zanzibar welcomes you all to invest in the diverse opportunities which are available for you, which are available for you. Currently, Zanzibar stands at a steady growth of 7.1% with a population of around 2.9. We do invite all of you to invest in Zanzibar, and the reason because of the strategic global connectivity attractive, competitive incentive packages, supportive government, and most importantly, the market access of more than 1.5 billion people in Africa. Currently, the portfolio stands at 640 projects for the past 6 years that have been registered, worth around 7.1 billion, but we did manage to attract and approve a partnership project of around 25 with worth around $1.3 billion in terms of PPP in different economic areas. The investment opportunities which are available for different diversified sectors. Please allow me to talk briefly on the part of oil and gas. Currently, we have around 10 blocks of oil and gas, estimated at an area of around 300 square kilometers to 600 square kilometers. Both magnetic and seismic data are available, with exploration contract of 432 upon request of the investment. Moreover, on the part of the blue economy, the port infrastructure have been invested heavily by the government. Currently, we have around 6 PPP projects that are operating, worth around 150 million, and we are looking to make sure that we are reaching at 450 million in the next 3 years. We do invite all investors to work together into port management, container terminal depot, passenger cargo, of which we are looking around 5 million passengers annually, 90,000 TEUs annually, 1.8 million of general cargo, and 300,000 tons of petroleum products. These are opportunities which are available for you to work together with the Zanzibar government in port infrastructure and the services. Tourism remains the cornerstone of Zanzibar source of forex, which currently stands at a 30% contribution of our GDP. Investing in Zanzibar only takes you 3 steps. First, submission of your intention, official application, and the certification. And this will take you a maximum of 24 hours for you to be an approved investor in Zanzibar. To invest in Zanzibar, there are numbers of incentives that are categorized into 3 parts. There are documented incentives in terms of PPP and Zanzibar Investment Act, and undocumented incentives. The revolutionary government of Zanzibar is working as an open book. We're always ready to discuss in terms of mutual benefits between our government and all our investors. Zanzibar is working as a one-stop facilitation center, and we invite all African50 development finance institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, private sector to co-develop, finance, and deliver transformative infrastructure projects that will shape Zanzibar's next economic growth. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm sure members of the audience held all the opportunities that are available in Tanzania, but then again in Zanzibar too. Please allow me to welcome Tanya Iman, and she will lead us into the next fireside chat. And I know most of you want to hear about, you have vision, and then you have a vision led by Dr. Kaberuka. Tanya, please. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Tanya Imani, and I'm delighted to lead you in this next conversation from vision to reality. Africa50, like any institution, comes with a story, an idea, a decision, and a group of people who decided that something different needed to happen. I'm delighted to go into this conversation where we dive into the genesis of Africa50, the challenges, the struggles, the wins, and the journey all the way to where we are now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming to stage our esteemed guest, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, Chairman and Managing Partner for Southbridge Group and former President at the African Development Bank, as he joins me to stage. Dr. Kaberuka, it is a tremendous pleasure to be with you in this moment as one of the masterminds behind Africa50. Now, in starting off this conversation, I'd like to take you back right to the beginning. What was missing from the conversation, from what was happening on the continent, that you felt that Africa50 needed to be created?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. No, still good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm often called the father of Africa50, at least according to CD. But I don't know if I'm the father or the grandfather. Because a lot of things have happened since I left the bank 11 years ago. Now, the African Development Bank, over its life, has fathered many institutions, even before me. The lack of Afrika50 Bank, Shelter Afrique, Africa Africa Guarantee Fund, in which I was involved as well, and a couple more. So Africa50 was in a tradition of a long activity by the African Development Bank, which is not simply about financing things. It's about crowding investment, creating new institutions to expand the ecosystem. So at least, I'm sure CD will complement this, the bank was not simply there to fund projects. It was to enable things to happen. Now CD is trying something even more revolutionary than I, which is to bring together all the African financial institutions in one place, which I very much encourage. So it was a tradition. But if I could just say one thing here, is that something happened in the first 5 years of this millennium, between 2000 and 2005. For the first time in 40 years, the real per capita incomes of Africa were for the first time positive. We have had 40 years of negative real per capita income when you combine low growth and high population. And so the demand for infrastructure was very, very large. And no institution alone, not even the World Bank, could do it alone. So we were lucky at the time China was increasing its activities. A couple of countries, not many, could access the capital markets. And it was clear to me then that the African Development Bank alone, or even other MDBs, could not fill the gap. So it was important to figure out how to attract the private markets. Now, CD, I don't know if this is going to make me popular here, but I want to say it. People think that because we have got $4 trillion of African savings, that it is easy to mobilize. No, it is not. Because those are institutional investors and they're extremely risk averse, very risk averse, even more risk averse sometimes than international investors. So someone has to come in between and say, how do I provide these people with confidence, security, liquidity, return, so that you can mobilize part of the $4 trillion. So the need for infrastructure, and the fact that someone had to step in to to de-risk for the investors, which my successors are doing quite well. So these are the two considerations.
Okay, so thank you for raising that point, actually. That's going to be something we're discussing in a panel later on unlocking domestic capital. But going back to your earlier point on the genesis of Africa50, do you feel like that gap has shortened, like there are more players, or is there still work that needs to be done?
No, it is not possible to fill that gap now. The gap is quite large, not simply in terms of finance. But remember, I was saying to the Pan-African Parliament 2 days ago that in terms of financing, the continent now has got 4 problems, and I don't see how they can be squared quickly. Number one is that because of the successive crises over the last 10 years, the fiscal space has become very narrow in many of our countries. We're at 14% of revenue to GDP, when really the target should be 25% and above. So that is the first constraint. Number two, I think as Sidi was saying, for the first time in 60 years, international aid is declining. Well, aid was never meant to be permanent, but it is declining faster than we thought. The third part of the dilemma is the debt issue. Both from the debt service, which is crowding out other investments, but also from the mismatches, foreign mismatch and asset liability mismatches. So that's the third one. And then the fourth one is demography. Demography. So between now and 2070, our demographic dynamic is still up. And so the demand for infrastructure, whether it is energy, digital, data centers, logistics, is simply increasing every time. So we're running behind the curve, but to think we can resolve it simply in 10 years of Africa50 would be a bit on the high side. But I'm happy the way they are moving along, including what we'll be discussing this afternoon. I think a new funding strategy of monetize some of the physical assets so they can build new assets.
Going back to the journey, so you've just explained to us the idea, what really caused Africa50 to come into existence. But I can imagine, as with every venture, that there were champions, but also some skeptics. Who were your champions, and what was the greatest argument that you had to counter?
No, I wouldn't say there were skeptics and champions. There are many people in this room who are involved in the exercise with me. No, there was a story to sell and some convincing to do. I've just told you, people who are the institutional investors, sovereign wealth funds, or insurance companies, or pension funds, you have to convince them. You have to convince them, because these are people who want a return, but they also have fiduciary responsibilities. So you have to convince them. And once you have convinced them, you have to show them they have got a credible vehicle, a credible roadmap. And so that takes some time. And so I want to pay tribute to some governments at the beginning, which were very supportive, including His Majesty King of Morocco. That's how we ended up in Casablanca, financial city. And so many others followed. The President of Togo, I recall the President of Congo, Brazzaville, I remember the President of Kenya, the President of Rwanda, and many others. So we had to convince the markets, we had to convince the governments, and to demonstrate that we have got a credible story. So there were no skeptics and champions. There was a story to sell.
Was there ever a moment where the selling that you were doing was a bit too hard, where you thought that African50...
Come again?
Was there ever a moment where the selling, the story that you were selling, was a bit too hard and you thought that Africa50 wouldn't happen?
Why do you want it to be easy? In a job like this, it's 11 years since I left the bank. Maybe it is easier for Sidi now, I don't know. But you cannot afford to say, I'm discouraged. No. You really have to keep trying new ways of doing the same things. I think the biggest skeptic, now that you come to the word, was my own board of directors, of which I'm chairman. So it was easier. But it was a skeptic, and for good reasons, asking, but what is it that we can't do as a bank, which Africa50 can do? And I have to be clear to them. From the viewpoint of mandate, there's no problem. From the viewpoint of instruments, there could be a small problem and a gap. Because the African Bank is a AAA rated institution. And its shareholders hold that very dearly. So anything they think could put the AAA at risk, they are hesitant and understand that. And the second issue is that, you know, these institutions, their balance sheet have to manage it very carefully in terms of the different fiduciary limitations. And so I had to convince the board that in the same way as my predecessor, Babakar Ndiaye, created the trade bank, Afrika50 Bank, because we could not do trade finance on our balance sheet because of mandate. We could also do something different, not to supplant what we do, but to supplement what we do in the infrastructure space. Now, once the board was convinced, that was easier. Unfortunately, CD, this is an advice for you. I came to this late in my career. I kept thinking about this for some time, but then by the time I talk about Afrika50, I had only 2 years left in office. So I didn't have enough time to mature this. So if you have some initiatives, CD, please start early like you are doing now, because these things go very quickly. Eh?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaberuka. In closing, I'd just like to get your thoughts. 2026, the year we're in now, is a very different year from when you started. Looking at the environment and the direction that we're headed, do you feel like there's any pivot, anything that you would change?
You know, it is very easy to be wise when you look backwards. I just want to say to you and to my audience here that our continent is entering a period we probably have not experienced anywhere else in the 100 years gone by. Why? Here's the problem. I like to give the example of a small country in Asia, Vietnam. Vietnam was at war for over a decade and a half. 30 years ago, Vietnam had a GDP of $15 billion. 15 billion, little, like many African countries. Now, Vietnam has a GDP of $500 billion. $500 billion. It has a GDP per capita of $5,000. In 1994, it was $200, like we do now. Now, if you adjust their GDP per capita by purchasing power, it's about $3,000. Like, now, you wonder how can a transformation like that happen in a generation? 3 things have happened. Number one, where Vietnam is located on the Pacific belt, around it you have countries with aging populations. Singapore, negative replacement rate. Taiwan, China, Japan, South Korea. So those areas have excess savings, getting very little return because of the aging population. In Japan, they've tried even negative interest up to 2%. Still did not stimulate consumption investment. And so the secret of Vietnam was to say, we're a young, dynamic nation. Around us, we have countries with aging population, with surplus capital. How can I attract that capital? And so the reason that 3 things were necessary. One was energy. Second was the quality of the education outcomes. very high. And the third, of course, was stability. So they combine intelligently stable economics. I think they called it doi moi, some reforms they did, and very high quality outcomes. The Economist magazine in 2023 published an article I recommend to you here. I think it was July 2023. Why are Vietnamese schools so good? And they were saying that at exit, whether it is primary, secondary, or higher education, the outcomes are better than even Canada and the UK. So, high quality education, cheap energy. They were doing energy a bit like Ethiopia. And then stability of policies in the country. And so, they were able to convince a country like Samsung, a company like Samsung, to come and manufacture in Vietnam. So, as I tell people, if any of you has a Samsung, if you check at the back, the chances are 60% it is made in Vietnam. Because Samsung manufactures a lot of its stuff in Vietnam, and many other companies, Singapore, Taiwan, and many others. And so, where we are now in Africa, good dynamics of demography, the famous dividend. But dividend only if you invest. If you invest, dividend. If you don't invest, there's no dividend. Okay. Now, maybe we'll have this for the next 50 years. Around us in Europe, an aging continent, can we duplicate what Vietnam has done? Convince the Europeans, European businesses, European companies, let us work together in the common interest. You have aging population, you have excess savings, we have negative savings, we have a dynamic population, can work together. Now, let me just conclude on this. When I mention this to my European friends, they give you three arguments. Number one, but your markets are too fragmented. That is true. 54 countries. Number two, pockets of instability. Number three, these issues of logistics. And so what I said to them, this is actually an opportunity for you. We are working on the free trade area. We need to bring down the cost of doing business, but it's an opportunity for you. So I say it's a chance we have in 100 years. Because if we can replicate what the Vietnamese have done, work with areas of the world where there's surplus capital, very low returns outside technology, combined with our growing demographic dynamics, we could both have a win-win situation. Now, will it happen? I don't know. You'll have to ask CD and Alan, those who are in office. Me, I left office 11 years ago.
Excellent. Dr. Donald Kaberuka, thank you so much for sharing your insights, your journey, and for giving us a plan, hope for the future of our continent. It's a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause to Dr. Kaberuka. And also a round of applause to Tanya Iman. That was a really good session. I think most of us will be running to YouTube and social media just to get some of the great insights that were delivered by Dr. Donald Kaberuka. And with that, we're coming to the end. But before I let you go, I do have some housekeeping announcements, if you don't mind. So we will all go for lunch. And I think some of you have been informed where you will be going. For our VIPs, the VVIPs, you will be going to Rua Hall, and you will be using the first door here, following the gentleman. So here we will have our ministers who are representing heads of states. We will also have shareholders of Africa50, together with regional commissioners, and also the chairs of parliamentary committees. And then in Kilimanjaro VIP Hall, we'll have the deputy ministers, the permanent secretaries, together with government sponsors. We will also have Africa50 delegates joining there, together with other regional commissioners and members of the diplomatic corps. At the marquee, the tent, we will have the other conference participants and the directors from the government ministries and department, and members of the media, and also participants who are exhibiting outside together with ushers and protocol. The marquee at Gymkhana, we will have the members who will let us be here, our drivers and the outdoor exhibitors, the people who are in charge of our security, police, ushers, and protocol officers. And with that, we've come to the end of this morning session. I wish you a great lunch, a short one, and we're sure really looking forward to fascinating sessions that we have later in the afternoon. Please, good afternoon and karibuni sana. Brass band, please allow the members to go for lunch. Karibuni brass band.
the African intelligence that is required to build the digital backbone at scale that is required. And so with that said, Minister Sir, if you can lead us in this discussion. We heard earlier that one of the areas of weakness that Africa has is the lack of confidence in its achievements and some of the progress that it has made. So from your point of view, can you assess the lay of the land right now as you see it by way of what that digital backbone on the continent does look like for you, sir?
Thank you. Well, we just finished, listening to a great presentation that I'd say that it set up the scene of the challenges that we need to face in Africa, in particular, if we were to do the digital transformation that we expect to change the life of our continent, people in the continent, but also the life of companies in our continent. I think the most important thing is that we all recognize that if we put the right infrastructure, create the right conditions to the people in the continent, we will have the benefit that the digital infrastructure can bring to economies. As I see it at the moment, if we think in terms of infrastructure of this magnitude, we need to continue to build, in particular, fiber optics backbone within the continent. We need to connect, within the country, but we also need to connect the continent. Because we are not going to have very soon an infrastructure like, say, the AI data centers built in every country. That's not going to happen immediately. Now, how do we make sure that those who have the capacity to build it can offer that capacity to the others? The solution is to have a very good infrastructure. So we need to build very good backbone, and that's still a challenge for Mozambique. In Mozambique, we have few fibers that are landing on our shore, but distribution of that capacity inside the country is still challenging, although we have 3 backbones from the 3 existing operators in the country. So that infrastructure needs to be scaled, it needs to be taken to everywhere, and we need to, in particular, to connect other countries with the same capacity that we have. The second challenge that has been referred to is the challenge of electricity. You can put as much capacity as you have at the backbone. If you don't have electricity, you are not going to keep that infrastructure alive, or that infrastructure will not be used by the people. So we need reliable power infrastructure, in particular because the kind of data centers and infrastructure we're talking about, it requires even more power than the traditional ones. So we need to continue investing on power generation and power distribution. Fortunately, in some regions, like in the SADC region where Mozambique is among the countries that have a very good strategic assets. We have much better generation of hydro. We have very good reserves of gas, so we can do generation of electricity using gas generation as well. So we do have something that is strategic and that can be used to build infrastructure that can also supply the countries that we share the borders with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Uche, your perspective in terms of where you're seeing the biggest gaps and the biggest difficulty also in financing them.
Yes. Thank you very much. The gaps, it's almost a very tricky question, but I go back to Boye's presentation. The first, obviously, is power. There's a reason why capacity of compute and data centers are measured in megawatts, and that just tells you the essence of power in many of those things. The second is obviously the connectivity aspect, which the minister has spoken to. And obviously the third aspect, and perhaps the aspect that is perhaps under-analyzed, is the education needed to transmit basic things that AI can do to the people. Because there are quite a few solutions that are allowing us to be able to implement some of these things offline. But that has not yet transmitted enough to people. So I go back to Boye's presentation about the impact on agriculture, for example, or the impact on healthcare. And I'm going to draw an example. There's a company I co-founded 3 years ago called UltraSafe AI. And UltraSafe, even though we use our own foundational model, we are actually focused in radiology diagnostics. Not very expensive to implement, but it actually helps you to read your CT scan, your X-ray very quickly. And hospitals, well, we only have one client at the moment, but it's a fairly big client. But that didn't cost too much to deploy, didn't cost too much to implement, but that improved the productivity of this radiology company quite significantly. So whilst we're stepping back and looking at the arms race between a Google, between a Meta, between China and the United States in terms of big-scale AI that are costing tens and tens of billions of dollars, there are small gaps where implementation can happen that we can start to draw the benefits already if we're going to address healthcare, address agriculture, address some of the things that was laid out there. We might need to start to think about those things so that models that are, the frontier models are expensive, so we might need to look at cheaper foundational models. But you can start to implement those benefits in agriculture, but that requires a certain level of education. And I'm going to come to that for a minute. So let's go back. What needs to happen? You cannot run away from the fact that we need to build electricity. 2, connectivity. And oh, by the way, on connectivity, the biggest mistake you're going to make is to ask governments to build it.
Why?
Because they'll build things that, that require maintenance. And this is usually where it fails. So the first one is done. Subsequently, in between political cycles, emphasis shift. And that is why the soul of implementing it might not necessarily lie with the government, so to speak. It has to lie with a private sector entity that has or a government entity that has a private sector philosophy that can actually run and maintain those things. There's a clear example in a place I wouldn't mention, but it was spent a lot of money 20 years ago, built connectivity across the whole country. Didn't work. MTN comes, builds a similar thing, and it works, right? The government now wants to do it all over again. So there must be a partnership so that these things can be maintained. So we talk about how to finance it. The other part, and I'm going to stop here, that needs to be obviously addressed is the need to build specific type of capacity for digital infrastructure. So everyone is rushing in and building conventional data centers. And only a handful of them are actually ready for what the future will bring. Okay. That is where we need to start to spend money. It's almost as if we need to look back at the things that have been built. Are they fit for purpose? No. Maybe we should need to start to retrofit them and build things that are fit for purpose. And those are so expensive that many countries cannot build them by themselves. I almost think that you need to have regional strategies to address them. And a final example, I'm going to pause here, is if you think about data sovereignty using our data, the type of capacity needed for that to happen, 1 or 2 countries might not be able to build them. Why don't we have regional cloud centers, right? Morocco to Nigeria, Southern Africa, so that it is done on a regional basis. That's the only way we can mobilize the capacity needed to be able to compete. So these are some of the ideas that I think will work. But at the very base level, the implementation of basic AI tools needs to happen quickly. Education needs to be fit for purpose for that to happen so that we can start to see the benefits. And then we need to step back and start building this big infrastructure. Government needs to enable it. Private sector needs to drive it to build some of those capacities needed.
Okay. No, thank you so much for those points. Very comprehensive, very important as well. And Leslie, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a bit of a detour by way of this this opening segment and address the power issue that keeps on coming up. And I'm just curious, as an impact investor, and this has been your space for the better part of many years, not to give away any age. But why has that number, by way of how many Africans are powered or have access to basic electricity, why has it not gone down and in fact gone up? What's the big problem there?
Thank you very much, Fifi. I think Boyo Ademola, when he spoke earlier on, really hit the nail on the head by arguing that you have to conceptualize digital and energy through a single investment platform. The short answer to your question is the energy deficit, which you started out with correctly, of 600 million people not having access to power, is the single biggest binding constraint why we have such low internet penetration and low digital access on the continent. You would have seen from Ademola's presentation that in terms of AI readiness, the continent ranks the lowest. As development finance institutions, not just BII, the World Bank, Africa Development Bank, Asia Development Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction Development, all of us, we play on two sides of this spectrum. The first side is to invest in digital core infrastructure, and the second is to facilitate and support digital entrepreneurs. So Ben will speak in a minute here. Nala, his business we've invested in. MoneyPoint in Nigeria, for example, is another company we invested in that has become a unicorn in 2024 with $1 billion valuation. So we invest in core infrastructure, but also invest in the sort of entrepreneurs that provide the sort of broadband internet access and so on. So as a DFI, we have to identify where is the additionality, where does our capital make that marginal difference. Even a country like South Africa, for example, the most advanced from a digital access perspective, we invest in a small business in the African townships of Cape Town called Too Much Wi-Fi that provides internet broadband services to communities in the townships for something like R5.50 for 4 or 5 hours, which is extremely cheap in South African terms. People have access to data. So we play both on the commercial end, the fully commercial end, to support and to enable the structuring of bankable deals with respect to data infrastructure, but then we also look at where can we have the biggest development impact. And then the final point I'd like to make is that in Africa, we often, in these conversations, when we gather as Africans, we speak about the continent naturally as one unit, but it is so important to highlight that there are few countries where there's a concentration, of course, of resources, a concentration of capital, and a concentration for a high concentration of, for example, data centers, the rollout of fiber. So there has to be a dedicated focus on your more frontier markets with features of fragility. Countries like the DRC, for example, we have invested in a business called Cassava, or Liquid Telecom. We've made a $220 million investment into that business that provides fiber into, for example, the DRC. So what I'm suggesting is that unless you have DFIs, you'll have a very distorted rollout of digital infrastructure because some of these markets are more complex to operate in and they are not as commercial as your South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and so on.
Okay, no, perfect. And we've had a whole lot of ideas being thrown. Boy, I referred to your presentation as well when you spoke about the computing and digital infrastructure as one of the areas where we're lacking quite a bit on the continent. Minister, sir, you, of course, highlighting the power issue and also the issue around the integration or perhaps the lack thereof, which I rely on your intervention, particularly the social aspects when you're speaking about the importance of skills. And so I want to come to one of the big players who are in the arms race right now, as Usha did describe, Google. How do you see the space in Africa right now?
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you to everyone who's helped organize this. I think for us, there's a couple of things that we're looking at, and I think that my co-panelists have spoken about the energy, the infrastructure. But beyond that, I think a really critical piece that we need to remember is the usage deficit. Because right now, there's actually too much capacity. So for instance, Google, we have 2 cables that we've built on the continent. We have Equiano, which runs from Portugal to South Africa, and we're currently building Umoja, which then connects Africa to Australia. And in essence, the criticality of that Australia link is to ensure that we have another path that does not go through Europe in terms of bringing internet to the continent. However, a big piece that's missing is smartphone affordability. And that has been a really critical piece, because when you look at the kind of devices we have on the continent, we still need at least another 500 million devices of smartphones to come onto the continent so that people can get online with a device that is capable of running, for instance, the AI applications and even some of the other basic applications that are required for education, for sort of life-saving skills in health, in agriculture, and really helping all different facets of the economy. And so those devices, for instance, we as Google have worked on looking at technology and software that can help organizations such as Vodafone, Safaricom, and the likes to provide those devices at a more affordable rate. But it's also really critical to have DFIs to also bring guarantees that can be able to lower the cost of that. So more recently, we've seen AFDB partner with us on a $28 million fund that we're working on, but we need to see how much more of that can be able to go to the very low folks who cannot afford devices. So that, for me, the usage piece beyond the infrastructure is one that we often forget, and that's really where the rubber meets the road.
Okay. Benjamin, I'm coming to you, but there's a point that was made, and it got Leslie to pick up the pen and turn the page. And I think that it was the point on DFIs, perhaps taking a closer look, or more DFIs taking a closer look and seeing how we can roll out more smart devices on the continent. And again, Leslie, to take you off script, is this something that you've looked at, that you'll potentially consider, that is not your lane?
It absolutely is our lane. And one of the exciting aspects about the evolution of the new business model of DFIs is that we are now increasingly moving away from the old models where we functioned as individual institutions in a very sort of siloed way. There's now a much tighter collaboration and a much deeper sort of systemic way in which we do our business. M300 is a good example. In the past, if, for example, BII has a company that is dedicated to microgrids, off-grids, mini-grid solutions, company called GridWorks, and we roll out the transmission grid infrastructure in many parts of Africa. Of course, this is underpinned by the response to what is one of the biggest market failures in Africa, is the absence of a centralized grid. That's a good example of how AFDB, World Bank, ourselves, we all work together in pooling our resources and have, if you like, a country platform-style approach of how to solve that failure. Similarly, when it comes to the production of smartphones, we have invested in Mkuu in Kenya, for example. I visited the factory myself, where smartphones are assembled by a factory which, you know, we are an investor in. But what I'm suggesting is that we are moving away from looking for solutions that are very context-specific in one country and then looking at it through a much more regional lens. As I mentioned early on, we step in where the sort of market failures enter. And in the digital space, it's often in the cross-border space, or it's often these more systemic barriers. And there's a number of examples emerging of how that sort of more smarter collaboration is now taking shape amongst the IFC, ourselves, and the other DFIs.
Okay. Benjamin, eagerly waiting for your perspective as an entrepreneur who has built and is operating a business, notwithstanding some of the digital deficits that we have heard and the areas of need. But talk to us about how you're operating and managing to go ahead in spite of. So this is where the testing 1, 2, 3 concept comes from.
Here we go, test 1, 2, 3. Mambo vipi? You guys hear me? Cool. It's good to be here, and it's nice to see all of you. Thank you for hosting. So I run Nala. We do cross-border payments between the US, UK, Europe to emerging markets. 16 countries in Africa is where we send money to. And in some of the markets, we're one of the largest providers of remittances into the countries. Mm-hmm. So all of our countries, for all of us on the table, we have one thing in common. We're net import regions. We import more than we export. We have a dollar shortage in our markets. So if you look at South Africa is the largest exporter of platinum globally. It's the biggest one in the world. If you look at Nigeria, refined petroleum is the largest export, bringing in $29 billion into the economy. If you look at Mozambique, it's coal. And more recently, last year, you guys had a challenge where about when the coal pipeline went down, $350 million was lost in trade value there. We have Kenya, your largest exporter is if you look at all of our Tanzania, the largest export is gold. Gold brings in nearly $4.5 billion into the country. Now, there's a few patterns that are common around these. We produce the goods in our country and we sell them internationally. So they're produced in local currency, they're sold in dollars. We also import goods in dollars. We pay for services internationally, we borrow money from the IMF or whoever in dollars. But we're collecting local currency in our local markets to repay the dollar debt that we might have in these markets to produce these different goods and services as a country. It becomes very challenging. See, in Africa, as you described earlier, we describe it as one region, but we have 54 different countries, 42 different currencies, and 40 plus central banks. And so in each one of our markets, because we have a dollar shortage, it's really hard to do trade between ourselves just here on this table. We have a South African, a Nigerian, a Mozambique, South Africa, Kenya, and a Tanzanian for us to do business with each other. Kenya, for example, 38% of Kenya's exports are just within Africa alone. And so if I need to do payments from Tanzania as to Kenya, money needs to go to London before it comes back to Nairobi. But we're neighbors. And it begs the question, how can we as governments as well work with the private sector to think creatively with banks or identify solutions, whether it's through stablecoin, whether it's through digital currencies, whether it's ways that we can just pay each other within our local currencies that protect and hedge against inflation. Now, as a Tanzanian myself, between January 2026 August 2nd, 2026, Tanzania's currency has deflated 7%, okay? I know I can't say anything compared to Nigeria, because Nigeria, you guys win in that award. But every one of our countries experiences inflation when currencies get devalued. And who loses at the end of the day? It's the businesses and it's the governments in each one of our countries. So as you think about trade, think about increasing infrastructure, we have to solve the financial problem that exists today, where sometimes the banks don't get the right support, or our governments don't trust each other. That's the fact. So we talk about like, oh, Pan-African payments, or we're gonna do like, systems where central banks are connected to each other. Until that money is gonna move from Kenya to Tanzania instantly, we still have a long way to go. So I have a very popular saying I say is, in payments in Africa, 1% built. Because if there's a world where we can identify payments and settle instantly and settle in our local currencies, there's a whole plethora of business trade and opportunity that we're going to create for all of our countries on this table.
Hasn't PEPs provided that world?
Does it work?
Doesn't it?
I want to ask a single person here who's used PAPs. Be honest.
So the Pan-African payment settlement system, not to throw shade or anything on it, and perhaps maybe we can even move forward from that point, but I do know that it was put in place to avoid exactly what you have been talking about, and it does feed into digital infrastructure, but it does sound you're saying that perhaps a lot more reform needs to be done. Uche, you look like you're ready to step to the mic.
I think there's a lot more work to be done, for sure. But I mean, we move money to 16 countries every day. For example, moving money into Cameroon takes me 3 days. Today, 2026, okay? The regulator loves that we bring dollars into the country. But now it's so challenging for us because in a country, for example, even like Kenya, Kenya's largest export is tea, brings in $1.2 billion into Kenya. Kenyan diaspora who live abroad bring in $5 billion to Kenya, which is 5 times the country's largest export. Same thing in Nigeria, which begs the question, is talent Africa's greatest export? Not just raw materials. It's our diaspora who live abroad. But if these transactions can happen in a seamless way that is affordable, there's still a huge gap of work that needs to be done.
Okay. Nods there, and perhaps we also, it's very related what you have mentioned, but perhaps we also delve down the path of solutions, if I may. And I appreciate an entrepreneur's perspective. They always tell it like it is, no sugarcoating. And so if we do talk about reform, sticking to the prism of this digital backbone that we're talking about, from a government policy perspective, what do you reckon needs to be done? Any volunteers? Well, what are you doing, sir? What are you doing?
Okay, I'll have a go. First of all, I think that's a shared joke between the minister and I. I was in Mozambique a month ago, and looking at the vision that they have. And I think it's something I may want to speak a bit to, and as a model for how these things need to be thought about. The first thing is, you have a country that is relatively small in population, but big resources, which you might see is the case for many African countries. And there's an argument to be made for using some of those resources to provide low-cost power so that we can build the power needed for compute and build big data centers around it. So the important thing policy needs to address is being able to use their resources, whatever it is, hydro, coal, gas, to provide the source of energy at a cost low enough to make compute competitive. If you don't do that, the Googles of this world will not come, the Metas will not come. They need that, because if they can't get that, they go somewhere else. You can go to Iceland and build it. They've got natural power that comes out of the ground. So we also have those resources. The first thing is to identify those resources and use them. The second thing is to have a regulatory environment that starts to make it easier for these companies to navigate. Because, we talk about data sovereignty. We want to hold our data, we want to charge for our data, we want to charge for our models. That's too premature. We need to be able to build it first, get them to come and build it before you start to look at monetizing this. Because when you make some of these early decisions, you may scare away some of the real investors who want to come here. So the first thing is, use your resources, provide low-cost power as much as you can. Secondly, put the legislation in place that attracts them. Thirdly, and perhaps in my opinion more importantly, is within that legislation, create almost a free zone environment for, and I'm not saying roll out the red carpet and roll over the floor and make it easy for these people to just roll over you, but make it easy for them to come. We're talking, companies are going to come in and put billions and billions and billions of dollars in our country. They need to be encouraged. And I think in some ways, I'm starting to see some elements of that happening in a place like Mozambique. The third, and perhaps more importantly, is this idea of making sure the connectivity is cheap enough to get to the people and putting investments in education. So, Melissa, I think you better tell your story yourself. I think this is all the things we're working on together.
Well, I think you told it much better than I could do it. Well, I don't think this has to be just a story for Mozambique. It has to be the story for Africa. If we are to be competitive in the current age, we really need to level up the game. And to level up the game, it means that we need to be attractive. And to be attractive, it means that we need to look to what are the challenges that any company that wants to invest in that area sees in terms of power, in terms of connectivity, in terms of trade, regulation, data embassy, etc., and address them. What makes, say, Google be willing to go to Iceland and locate the data center, or going to Asia, locate data center, and rather than coming to Africa? What are challenges? We'll see that if we are talking about infrastructure as costly as an AI data center, we'll see that the biggest cost, first one will be electricity. Second will be cooling. That goes with electricity, but because cooling is done using water, it means that you need to have enough resource of water that will keep evaporating and creating the cooling. And third one is to make data center work, you need reliable connectivity. You need immense bandwidth that's reliable. Now, we all know that many countries face the challenge of availability of electricity, but also the cost of that electricity. So we need to address them. If I take our region, for instance, SADC region, we all face challenge of electricity. Perhaps the country that has more electricity because it has enough to sell to the other country is just Mozambique. Now, can we attract a data center for the use of Mozambique only? Answer is no. If you want an AI data center in Mozambique, we need to address it from the perspective of a regional infrastructure. So one that can serve Mozambique, but also can serve the other countries. So now, I'm South Africa, I'm Zimbabwe, I'm Zambia, Malawi. What makes me comfortable to locate the infrastructure in Mozambique? I'll be putting my data there, or at least I'll be doing my processing there. So the notion of data embassy, it comes into play. So it means we need to change our policy to enable the other countries to understand and feel comfortable to do their processing in Mozambique, or even put their data in Mozambique, knowing that they have a sovereignty over that data. So that requires a change of policy and regulations. And we need to make it easier, for the data to come and go, including the issues like what he was referring. PAPS is a reality from the perspective of technology infrastructure, but we need to make it a reality from the perspective of connecting our payment gateways to that one, so that really the money can flow quickly among technology-wise. It can be done, or it has been done, but we need to make it a reality. If we make it a reality, then it will become cheaper and easier and faster to do the payments among ourselves, to do transfer funds among ourselves, and not use the traditional exchanges that today they are being used. So yes, that's a necessity. But even more, to go beyond, what we have seen is that this kind of infrastructure, it cannot be deployed without the sharing the notion. Even inside the country, say operators, they like to say, I have the biggest network, I have the biggest footprint. That works well until the second or third operator does the same. Once it has done that, that infrastructure becomes a cost. So you cannot go to everywhere in the rural areas and pretend to duplicate or compete on rollout of infrastructure. When we go to remote areas, rural areas in particular, or when we deploy infrastructure as expensive as this one, we need to think in terms of making it shareable, because then we can reduce the cost and we can get more benefit. We need to address the issue that Google was saying. We need devices. The 600 million people without electricity that we're talking about there, it means that they don't have devices. And when they have devices, they will have a problem of electricity. So if we are to get them to use, we need to be able to make devices affordable, and build devices in the continent, find ways of subsidizing them, create multimedia community centers. We need digital inclusion, because only then we will create a massive use that will make the infrastructure worthwhile in terms of deployment and cost. So there's a lot that we can do, and I think each of our countries has to assess how do we make it attractive. And we've been working in Mozambique to ensure that we can create the conditions that will make it attractive to invest in this kind of infrastructure in the country. Because I agree with Uche, this is to be done by the private sector. The government can do so much by creating the condition, but infrastructure of this nature, it requires investment that's private so that all of us we can benefit. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. And thank you for telling your own story. Something tells me that you told it a lot better, notwithstanding Uche's fantastic storytelling capabilities. I'm mindful of time, and so I would like us to start wrapping things up just to make sure that the program still stays on track as much as is possible. But we have gone into the realm of solutions. And therefore, Leslie, I'd also like your thoughts here in terms of what would make you more comfortable in deploying the capital that you do have to deploy to create impact, and deploying it in these data centers or in this cloud infrastructure or in these AI-related investments, more so than is currently the case.
Thanks, Fifi. I made reference earlier on that as development finance institutions, we have gone back to the drawing boards over the last 18 months or so and have arrived at a few conclusions. One of them is that we have to recycle our balance sheet faster, increase the velocity. In other words, we have assets on our books. If we, for example, own a tower company, as BII is invested in a number of tower companies, at a certain point in the evolution of that project, it is more opportune and necessary for us to recycle that asset so that we can free up our balance sheet to make fresh investments. In the past, DFI has very much had a project-by-project, transaction-by-transaction approach. Obviously, there's a number of assets that are already very sort of, if like, bankable and investor-ready, but often as DFIs, we have to structure projects in such a way that we sometimes have to lubricate the deals with first loss tranches, where we absorb the first loss in order to improve the risk return for commercial investors. What we intend to do in future is to do less of those blended finance structures and look for ways in which we can create more portfolio-level risk transfers. But what I mean by that, in the past, as I referenced earlier on, DFIs only worked based on their own balance sheets. We have not created investment platforms across institutions. We could, for example, create, like M300, an investment platform where IFC, ourselves, EBRD, and so on, we take an approach to dealing with the digital backlog in a particular region and find ways to finance it through new and more innovative ways.
Okay. We look forward to that initiative. I mean, M300 got a lot of people excited. Charles, we've heard from the minister, the call to action for the private sector to do more in this environment, not necessarily just take assets to Iceland, but here on the continent too. With that said, what will it take for you to do so?
I think one of the most important things to remember is that investors are not really looking for guaranteed returns. However, we need to have a really predictable ecosystem of policies. That has to be fundamental. And so from an African perspective, one of the key things that we are looking for is how do we ensure that we have more streamlined policies? For instance, if you're building fiber optics in Africa today, there's so many rules around right of way. How can we be able to have a much more predictable right-of-way policies that can be able to help the fiber build across multiple borders? Because when you think about digital infrastructure, electricity does not stop at borders. So why is it that we're looking at digital infrastructure that stops at borders, where laws are different when you're trying to build a cable from Tanzania into Malawi, into Zambia, into Zimbabwe? We need to streamline a lot of that. The second piece that's really critical is the procurement rules. Right now, we have different countries which have very vendor lock-in favorable rules. We need to get rid of that. Because if you're building a really expensive investment in the billions of dollars, you need to at least be assured that you have a good opportunity to recoup that investment. And so vendor lock-ins have to be abolished, and institutions, in terms of regulators, need to look at that and ensure that we're helping deliver a more level playing field for new investors to come in it. And then the last piece that I want to talk about is around regional harmonization. A really critical element that we compare Africa and India. However, when you think about Africa, depending on who you ask, I think from an Africa Union perspective, it's 55 countries. There are 55 countries with 55 different sets of regulation, different sort of source of origin rules, et cetera, et cetera. How do we really implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, both on the digital protocol, but also the trade protocol is really critical to ensure that we can build on that. And then lastly, I want to talk about taxes. A lot of the investments that we're bringing into the country, it's prohibitive when you start applying the import taxes on these investments, right? The semiconductors, the GPUs, TPUs that we're bringing into countries. And in some cases, there isn't even a streamlined flow of what the type setting is of what can come into a country. So we need to work around that to ensure that from a policy perspective, from a standards perspective, as well as from the investment perspective, it's attractive for investors such as ourselves.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you so much. Benjamin, can I give you the last word to close us off?
Last word is high pressure.
That may not be the last one, but just do go ahead to add in.
Cool. I think there's a lot of really valuable perspectives here that we've learned today and seen. And for my take is, you know, given I spend most of my time in the financial services sector and looking at infrastructure across the region, I think there's opportunity, because there's quite a bit of work ahead of us, and I would love to see a larger collaboration. Like, you know, for myself in the private sector, there are some things that I would love to fix myself. But when you deal with money, you deal with regulators. And when you deal with regulators, there's different policies, and some policies haven't been updated since 1996 in some of these countries. And it becomes really challenging for tech companies to scale into those markets while trying to adhere to all the rules and regulations in every single country that we have to follow. So I think I would love to leave, you know, I want us to be optimistic just generally. I'm an optimist versus a pessimist. But I think there's still work that needs to be done in each one of our countries respectively. And I'm hopeful for what this looks like, so we can get Africa from 1% built to 2% built in payments. Thanks.
Uche, that would have been a very nice last word. So you're going to have to top it, sir.
Oh, no, okay.
No pressure.
No, two things. Number one is there are quite a few things that have been said in this panel, and I'd like to just address one or two of them. One is there's a lot said about devices, which I think is probably not as correct. Many people in Nigeria may not be connected to the grid, but there's nobody you send a WhatsApp to that will not respond. So they have some kind of device. There's a challenge I want to throw to big tech, and that's really what I want to say to big tech. Devices are expensive. But between Google and Meta, you sell the most products to people. Why wouldn't we look at providing a simple solution on a device that uses efficient memory that the average poor person can buy? Most of what you sell is your advert to those people. Today is a Chinese techno and all these things in the marketplace. Tomorrow, those will come embedded with Kimi or come embedded with DeepSeek. So Then you start to hear people complain about China. The reality is there's an opportunity, I think, for big tech to solve this issue of devices. We can go and think about how to do it. The second thing is we need to decentralize. Governments need to look at these big investment issues and pick winners and back them up. Find the winners and back those winners. I know it might sound very anti-capitalist, but there is no tech sector where you find more than 3 players. Very rare. In PCs, it's HP and Dell and Lenovo. In mobile connectivity, in most countries, it's 2 companies. We need to be able to find those winners and back them so we can build scale. 3, we don't have time to build grid network. We need to decentralize it. If you, Honorable Minister, by the time you finish your gas project, let's dedicate and build 500 megawatts in a digital campus where everybody comes and builds. That's how you start to create scale, in my opinion, that can work. And then finally, education. Let's have education that is specific to what the world needs today. In Korea, there's a semiconductor school. 17-year-olds go from secondary school to the semiconductor school, and they go and work for Samsung. You don't need to put them through to learn about Shakespeare before they have to learn about to make semiconductors. That is an education system that is not efficient, is not effective. We don't have time for that. We need to look at things that work and work today.
Okay. Big Tech, right of reply.
I just want to build on the point of education, because I think it's also important to give statistics of how dire the situation is. 89% of 10-year-olds in Africa cannot read at the proficiency that they should. So if we're trying to talk about infrastructure, electricity, etc., all of these different points, we need to really think about education as the foundational infrastructure that is going to propel Africa to the next level that we need to do. So I just wanted to really emphasize that point. In terms of devices, as you know, Google does build the largest open source operating system, which is Android. We make this affordable and available for everyone who wants to build a device for free. And we set the standards, and that's really, I think, the way that we have to continue partnering with the original equipment manufacturers, and we're going to continue doing that. And I think the most important point, which builds on the point I made earlier, is how do we collaborate with DFIs to provide funding? Because we do need to collaborate. This challenge is too big for any one institution, even a Google, to solve alone. So we need to collaborate with governments, and that's where taxes and tax relief comes in. We need to collaborate with the telcos. We have 6 telcos in Africa which cover almost 80% of every single user on the continent. So it's an easy entry point by working with those 6 telcos.
Sure.
And so I think that those are some of the things we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And wonderful point, I think, on the social infrastructure being the foundation of all infrastructure right now, a hard infrastructure and soft. But notwithstanding, I think a key takeaway from me is, in terms of this backbone that we're trying to build and strengthen, the importance of alignment on policy, alignment on regional integration, alignment on power, and of course, alignment on the trust deficit that you did mention, Benjamin. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please help me in thanking the panelists for their contribution. The Minister has got one last thing to say.
No, I do have a message to the audience.
To the audience, okay.
Yeah. We, here in this room, there is no one who can complain about the situation in Africa. But I see people that can change the situation in Africa. It's true that we have challenges, but the people, the real people, the 600 million that we saw there, they wait for solutions from us. We can solve the issue of electricity, of water, of backbone, of financing, of devices, etc. So my appeal to all of you is that today we have an opportunity to use digital to change the life of people. Each of us has to do his part, because the people that live in rural areas, they never come to here, to this room, to be able to tell us what is their problems or even to solve the problems. We have the possibility to do that. So while there's a lot of challenges, I just would like to say that each of us has to go back home and think, what can I do to change the situation? to do more, to solve, address all the issues that Google, companies, etc., they are raising here. It's all within our possibility to do it, because Africa cannot be left back anymore. We have all the conditions to change the things. So I just want to end with this note that we have no right to complain here. We have the right to do the things that will change the life of the other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Minister, I think that there's quite a number of us in the room who will gladly accept your challenge. Thank you. I believe it's just one moment for a photo opportunity before we get into the next session. Gents? Yes. If we can come forward. Over here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And you're most welcome to rejoin or go back to your seats in the audience. I'm heading over to my colleague right now, Tanya. We heard from her earlier, a wonderful discussion, of course, that she reflected on in terms of the genesis of Africa50. And interesting nuggets that came out in her discussion about the money that the continent has in savings and how it's not so easy to get it to invest. She's going to go deeper into the session on unlocking finances in Africa. Tanya, over to you.
Thank you very much, Fifi. What a fantastic session. Really diving in and showing us the different angles there. Our next conversation is going into unlocking domestic capital, greater utilization and mobilization. We're going to be starting this session in just about 10 minutes, giving ourselves a bit of a stretch time and allowing for our other participants to make their way from the round table. Don't leave. It's going to be a good one.